Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone. Oh, look at that. So red. To the... I'm Rudolph today. Welcome to the Friday edition of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Today, we are working on more Insignia Dev, as we have been. I'm trying to get through the story content. It's always a bit of a struggle for me. I don't know why. I think it just takes a bit of time to get comfortable and used to it, because it's a bit... it's just a lot involved, I suppose. I don't want to waste too much time, so I want to say a big thank you to everybody who's here in chat. And big thank you to Choo Choo Chase for the most recent follow and Chronicle for the most recent subscription. I'll show you what I'm working on and we'll get straight into it, shall we? So yesterday we were working on this scene here with Leopold, and it's coming up good, I think. I've been doing a bit of a rewriting for his where's the story page? Story. Doing a bit of a rewrite, which is good, and it's come along. Yeah, it's coming along well. So I'm just in the process of like right this second, hooking up all the dialogue. Is there going to be a Steam demo in the future? Potentially. This demo may be the Steam demo. Right now, I'm just sending it out to publishers. So. So the thing that I'm kind of not struggling with, but contending with at the moment is that I have this this thing here. And hey, Peck, how's it going? The idea is when you strike the tuning fork, I want to trigger a sequence, like a flag, a quest flag to go off. That's what I want to happen. And then when the quest flag goes off, then the cutscene can start. Now, that's pretty reasonable to be able to do. I don't yet have like a major way to do it. So we're going to have a look. It may be something where we build out a bit of a feature. So right now, I have like a condition that can get set to true, like a flag that can get set to true when a condition becomes true. So that's good. And I have conditions that are set based on one thing or another. But what would be nice is like a coroutine, or I don't know, something where we essentially look for an event, like event. I don't know what event trigger is. I don't think that's what I want. But like the tuning fork has a Unity event that we can subscribe things to. And it would be nice if the flag could be set to true when the Unity event fires. But we would need something to listen for that. And we might need to use reflection to do the listening in the first, like to figure out what we can listen for in the first place. I think architecturally, it would be best not to do that. It just seems like a bit of a risk. So the easiest thing would be to code into the tuning fork the event. And just have the tuning fork trip the flag when you hit it, just straight up. That's the easiest thing to do. Not hard, not a big deal. It's just that every tuning fork then would have a spot for a quest flag that gets tripped when you hit them. Maybe that's good enough. maybe. But I think it's more. So the tuning fork does manage its own state. We're talking about an outside quest event that gets triggered because the tuning fork was hit as a response to it being hit. I think an observer pattern would be better here. I think that's what you call it. Basically something that's watching for the tuning fork and saying, hey, whenever you get hit, I'm going to set this to true. That seems better than modifying the tuning fork itself to set something to true. I just don't know. I have to subscribe to it. Yeah, exactly. So if I go over back to the tuning fork, and I guess even more specifically, the life component has a log. Well, actually, no, the tuning fork would need it. Okay, let's just do it, I guess. Let's just make it straightforward. So like public Unity event, and we need to do using Unity engine dot events hurt confirm event. Just like that. I mean, that's relatively easy to justify. That's okay. But then somehow I need to then pass something into the listeners for that event. So like you can't, I don't know if you can see that. It's, yeah, you can't see it. Here, I would need to pass in something. And I think the best thing to do would be to have something that's on this game object. Rather than something off in no man's land. It needs to be nearby. So I think what I should do is take these things, whatever I'm trying to do here, and figure it out that way. What's a bit awkward here is that, like, what am I actually doing? Because on one hand, I have this event down here that you can't see. I pass something into the event, and that something is going to be a function. Or alternatively, I could bring this tuning fork and pass that into the event checker. But, and I don't hate it. Am I Greek? Nope. Good guess. I don't hate it, but I think these are my options. These are my options. So this thing has an event. I either have a listener with a condition not Persian. Good guess. Mix the two. I'm not half Greek, half Persian, but if you had to pick something that was sort of between, oh, not quite, it's further south, not Turkish. We could maybe pass Syrian. Getting very close now. You're one border away. What shares a border with Syria? Come on. What's your geography? Israel's too far south. You've gone too far. Wise Demic has got it. Thank you very much. Thanks for playing, everybody. That's it. So I could pass this object into here and then put the event here and subscribe to it. Again, probably using reflection, if I'm being honest, because it needs to know what event to call. Jordanian says Aaron Da Costa. That's pretty close too. Jordan's not far. It is 15 out of 10. I had some today in a kebab, but it was a Turkish kebab, but using Lebanese bread. Okay. So this needs reflection. But it's not very good, because if the event ever changes the name or something like that, we break it. And it's just not a great pattern. So the other way to do it would be, I mean, one way or another, I'm pretty sure we're going to need reflection if we're listening for the thing, unless we subscribe in the inspector to the event. That's the other way to do it. So back to where we just were. It's just, this requires like a lot of components at this point. Because we would need something that gets passed into here that then that thing passes into the event. So it's like a condition, event condition. If we go back to this condition flag, this requires a condition behavior. Yeah. Then in that case, I really would want to pass this. I would need like some sort of wrapping object here. I'd need to basically pass this into the tuning fork as the listener. And what does that look like? So I got this guy. I say, hey, let's drag, and I'm pretty sure this uses reflection too. You can't see what I'm doing here, but I drag the reactor into this, and I say, hey, condition behavior, well, there's no thing here, but I can maybe I could maybe force something here. It just doesn't feel very good. I currently outsource it. I mean, I have a contractor who works with me. I used to write it using FL Studio. I don't know what she uses. So, I mean, like, subscribing to this event also uses reflection. That's the only thing. So either way is kind of like reflection going on. I might prefer genuinely to have it be listened for by this. Pass this in here and say which thing I'm subscribing to. Because then at least all the logic is here. It's not somewhere else. I'm not having to rely on some outside double link. So what that means is basically I need a thing here that was like event. It's quite a digression. But hey, Wisedemic, thank you so much for the sub. Let's just try it, shall we? Let's see if we can get it in there. So conditions have expressions, expressions have operands, and operand is the thing that we want to add. We want to add a brand new operand for events. A radio pattern? I'm not actually sure what a radio pattern is. Okay. So, just forget to set to false. Cool. And when does this get called? When we set the callback to true that we fire the event. Okay, from the event behavior. Good. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Wisedemic. Yeah, I'd love to do some more work with them. I had a great time. And yeah, it's just cool to be in that position to meet some new people and work really hard on some stuff. All right, so that's all good for this. Now we need an operand, a draw for this. So this is going to allow us to populate it in the inspector. And here we have Unity event. And somewhere here, I think there's some logic that lets me describe how I'm going to draw it. If this is a trigger box or an interactable and we're inside of a scriptable object to do this, okay, Otherwise, just throw in the property field. I'm not convinced that it's enough to just throw. I don't think events are inspectable like that. I don't think those are serializable. The rest of this stuff kind of is serializable. Like, what does this look like now? Yeah. It's like, what serialized property, bro? In fact, this needs to be called whatever I called it back over here. So the serialized property was called target event. That's why. Okay. Interesting. There actually is an event list. Unfortunately, it's too it's too tall. One class broadcasts and sometimes acts as a singleton to store everything, and all the other classes can sub to that. I don't really have like a global singleton that broadcasts events. No. No, instead I have everything is modular. Everything is as independent as possible. And if I need to get some information from some object, that object will have an event and I will subscribe to the event on that object. I don't pass everything up and pass everything back down. So this will have a height. The thing is, this event is not really what I'm looking for. I'm actually looking for, decoupling. I'm actually looking for the name of an event that I can subscribe to, not the event itself. This is where the reflection comes into it, I think, because if I'm just being clear about this, I would expect there to be a game object here, like a script, and then that script would have to have then also an event. I mean, that's kind of what this does. But then this is an event. This is going to get invoked. I don't want to do that. I want this to be, I want to subscribe us to an event. And that event, again, it's just the name of a field. So is it just a string at that point, realistically? It's not anything. It's just the name of the event that we want to listen for. Strong. I've done this in the past, in the timeline system. So now we're here, but I think I would then also need a game object on which, or even just the type of something, like an event reference, like a script, and then from the script I do a drop down. That's better. So let's go like event clip, event marker clip, event marker editor, event marker clip editor. Okay, so this uses reflection. And this says, hey, I have some target. The target has a behavior on it, a script, which is a mono behavior. Okay, so then what goes in the operand in this case is actually a mono behavior called event behavior. And then event name is after that. And then this becomes, and I should probably make a new data type that couples those two things and has its own inspector. I think we got it. Yeah, I think that's it. So let's go to, we're really close now. First day learning pixel art. Go watch my channel. So this is also start small, as in simple, not complicated. Not necessarily small canvas size, just simple ideas, simple goals. This is an event behavior. Oh man, this is so hard. Unity event container. Maybe that's what I call it. Unity event operand. Would C# events and delegates not work for this? What I'm doing is I need a data container that, so we aren't looking to call an event. We're looking to listen for an event. And I need a serializable little object that I can tell some information so that it knows what event to subscribe to. It's really a listener. And I don't want to pass the listener at editor time directly into the object. So let's do it. The thing is, I'm pretty sure that in our existing setup for this thing, I have like interaction. That's one thing. This item. This is interesting. Why does this have two fields? Is that its own scriptable? And if so, what did I do to create that? Because that's what I'm talking about here. So, item. Serializable item. There it is. So it's serializable event listener, or just event listener. So it's just a class marked as serializable. It has a public mono behavior. I think you can serialize these, behavior and the method name. Very good. So then we don't need event name here and event behavior. It's event listener. Then we need an editor for this. So serializable item is going to have if Unity editor and then how to inspect it. And we're going to need basically this again up here, and then saying using Unity editor and if, thank you very much. Now we need to do some logic here. So this is a draw of type event listener. Okay. So the event listener has a serializable item. This is the event listener. And we want that 80-20. And I believe this is method name with a capital N, which is this. Okay, so that's pretty good. This is going to do essentially an exact copy of that item draw, but for that little event listener. And then on the operand draw, we just need to make sure that we're calling the exact same thing. So this is now event listener, I think is what we called it on the operand. Event listener. So now we should be able to inspect this and go Unity event. And there we go. We've got a mono behavior we can pick. And then we've got a method name we can place, which is excellent. The only thing is, I don't want this to be a field. I want this to be a drop-down. That way, I'll never be able to get it wrong. So, first thing we want to do is go to our little tuning fork. Say, hey, Crucible tuning fork, I'm going to pass you in here. Hopefully, I can keep that around. So if I go properties here, now I can be more specific. So we're going back to our tuning fork sequence and then go to, hey, tuning fork enemy, that's the thing that's going to call the event that we're looking for. And we're going to listen on that object for the event, but we don't know which event to subscribe to yet. So it would be something like on hurt or something like that. If we go to tuning fork enemy has a get hit event or hurt confirm event. That's the word. So it's like hurt confirm event. The thing is, I don't love that either. And in fact, it might be, I wonder if it's possible to serialize only the names of Unity events by searching for them on this script. So this is going to be back on the event listener on the draw here. We don't just want to have this be a serialized property that's just the string of the name and then just like place it there. We kind of want to... What's your best tip for modularization? That's pretty good. Tips are straightforward for that. Basically, when you're building something, right? What I want you to do is think about what it is that you're describing. And this is why they say naming is like one of the hardest things in programming. It's like, because naming something, it gives you everything you need to know about how much work that thing you're defining should do. So when you say like, oh, I'm making a, I don't know, player controller. Okay, does this have a job to handle inputs? One sec, pals. Three hardest things programming and right, naming and off by one errors, exactly. So it's like, this is player controller. Is its job to handle input? The first question is like, well, will this be the only thing that handles input? If the answer is no, if there's going to be something else that also handles input, then maybe you need some kind of separate thing that handles input on its own. And then you give this one of those. Maybe you've got multiplayer. So you have like input handlers per player, per like physical game controller. But I think the way to usually do this is to be naive about it. Start by building the things that you need to do the job that you've defined this thing as, or be critical about the fact that maybe the job that it needs to do is going to change a little bit as you build it, and that's okay. Just make sure you're naming it appropriately for what it is. Once you start to identify that you have multiple things that do different tasks, which if you're naming your functions correctly and your parameters correctly, you'll start to realize, oh, some of this is like state management, right? And some of it is input handling. And some of it is animation controller. Animation. So like, maybe I need a state manager and an animation controller and a different input controller. And the player controller has these three things rather than the player controller being these three things. That's modularization. It's as you're building something, try to find the Venn diagram of the kinds of things that you're describing. And as soon as you start realizing that like most of this is its own thing and might need to be used again later, there's that DIY principle, right? Don't repeat yourself. As soon as you start thinking, hang on a second, this enemy that I'm building, this enemy needs to be able to find the player. And this other enemy, or this other thing that I'm building, it's a laser tower. It's not an enemy, but like it still needs to find the player because it attacks the player. That also needs to find the player. Hang on a second. I've just created the exact same thing twice. That's your cue to go and make that its own separate module that then just has to get referenced in those two things. As soon as you're repeating yourself, building the same thing twice, immediately you know. And I would avoid like pre-optimizing, but definitely if you've got a script that's like extending beyond like 500 lines, some people would say even less, this is your cue. Like if you cross the 500 line threshold, it's like, maybe there's more than one job being done right now. I have a great example. This menu, okay? This menu is one script right now. The menu handles adding equipment into the system. So I just got a new piece of gear. I can check this grid. I can open up the grid. I can check it. I've got a list here. I can select from the list and I can place things in the grid. I can also move things around in the grid too. I can shuffle them. How many scripts should that be? Even if I'm not repeating myself with any of these things, I would still say there's probably a good reason to start splitting some of the functions into their own scripts. So I'll tell you what are separate scripts. This thing that you hover, there's 25 of these, they're their own script, right? It's like a accessory listable is what I call it. It lists an accessory inside of it. Then I've got accessory item listables, which are these rows. Each one of those is an instance of one script. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 accessory item listables. And that's its own definition, which is good. So we've got scripts for viewing and, reading item information. This obviously is its own script, because why would I need I want to like read text from some description and place it somewhere. That has to be its own script, because surely elsewhere in the game, I'm going to be reading text out. And in fact, I use this same exact background to do the dialogue in the game. So same script as, this is actually broken, but, if I get a new item, this is essentially the same thing as that other one. So that's its own script. But I also have nonetheless, I still have a really giant script for handling the different modes of this menu, because the menu has like I call this default mode, which is just moving around. Then I have picking mode, which is picking from the list. Then I have arrange mode, which is arranging the items in the list. And each of those things is completely independent from each other. You can't do one of them at the same time as the other one. So they become, if the menu can be in one of 3 modes at a time, now you have a state machine. So given that they're independent in how and when they apply, maybe this should be 3 scripts for each of the modes. One for browsing, one for picking from the list, and one for arranging. And who knows, maybe somewhere else in the game, I'll need an arrange feature or something like that in a grid, I don't know for sure. But even if I don't, at the very least, it saves me from having to read 600 lines of code just to get to what I want, just for the purpose of it being more readable. So this is the equipment menu. And right now it's, even with all the modularization, still 630 lines. So it's not priority that I make this 3 scripts. It's not super duper important. But if I ever find myself in a position where I need to do some of this stuff, again, this is where I come first to source that stuff. And doing that is not copying and pasting code, it's putting the code into its own class so that it can be used by both things. And there's also like a code smell thing here as well, of like, if you're in a position where you need thing A that you've already written, and then thing B that you're trying to describe, and it's 90% of thing A, but a little bit different. It's like, oh, these things are so close, but I can't, they're not one-to-one, so I just got to rewrite the code. That's your cue to check your expectations and just ask, what would happen if they were the exact same script? Could I actually get away with that? Is this something where, or maybe this thing I'm describing, it's like, I've built this, I want to build a separate thing that's exactly this. Hang on a second, maybe this could be one script. And these could be just like managers or like separate instant things of their own. Like maybe this is 3 scripts, one medium-sized one and two tiny ones, rather than 2 big ones, right? So that tends to happen as well. Typically with menus, it can get complicated. Like there's a lot of rules for how the menu system works and a lot of workarounds. But, it tends to be the case that if you are writing code responsibly, you might find that when you do modularize it, you write a lot less code. So this is like actually one of the most critical steps of being an engineer and a designer, is having the experience to know when you should refactor and when you should just move on. And the distinction really comes from understanding when you are prototyping and when you are in production. Prototyping is, I don't know what this should be yet, but I need something so that I can test it and find out what my needs are. I need to have something on the screen to be interacting with to figure out what it can be and what it can't be. Sometimes you need to do that, especially with games. You don't have, like a brief with acceptance criteria and whatever. You're just like, I'm trying to make this thing fun and functional. So I need to build something to be able to know what it needs to be and what it doesn't need to be. That's prototyping. When you do that, you're going to be building things out and they're going to get messy. At a certain point, you'll reach a peak of that crest where it's not getting bigger. Instead, you're starting to say, well, no, I want it to work this way now that I've prototyped it. And it needs to do this job because of these other things in the game that already work a certain way. Now you're starting to have more concrete criteria. At that point, you start to consider modularity. When you start to optimize it down into something that now needs to be load bearing, right? It's no longer the thing that's on the top of your, on the forefront, on the wave front of your project. It's now something you're building on top of. That at that moment, when it becomes one of the underlayers, that's when you start to think about refactoring. As soon as it creates friction, but not before that. And friction looks like this. I'd like to make this new thing that's important, that's justified based on the experience I want the player to have. I'd like to make this thing, but I can't because of the way that I built this other thing. That's one of the reasons to refactor something. It's like you've created a limitation based on the implementation of something. Okay, well, if you implement it differently, which should be easy because you know how the thing is supposed to work, that opens up opportunity for you to do the other thing you're trying to do. Yeah, pre-optimizing is bad. It's almost as bad as not optimizing. Because if you pre-optimize something and you build it a specific way to do its job really efficiently, but you don't know that job could change later, well, now you've just painted yourself into a different corner. You've got something that works really well, but you can't rely on it because it only does a very specific job really well. You don't want that. Okay. It's hard. And I'm not great at it either. It's like an ongoing thing. And getting experience helps you tell the difference between these things. Like some of this is like wisdom. You can't just like have wisdom. You have to like build it. So what I want is a way for this to not just be the property field of the method name, but instead we're going to make this like 60-40, and I don't just want to get property. Well, I think you can do it. I want to use reflection here. So like using Unity and using system.reflection. I think just for the editor, it's use reflection to get the methods of the behavior that are specific, that use to get the events declared in the behavior. I'm just going to vibe this one out because I don't know how to do this stuff. So let's have a look at what this is actually trying to do. Okay, we're getting the type of the mono behavior. That's good. Then we're getting all the methods in that mono behavior. I don't think it's methods that we want. I don't think an event is a method. I think a Unity event. It keeps wanting to do get methods. I'm just going to see if that's working so far. It's empty. Okay, crucible hittable fork. That's the correct name, so we're good there. And then property is, we're getting all of the property names where the property is of type Unity event. Is that not right? That's what I want. And what did I call this thing? Crucible hittable fork. Well, that's not right. Type. So I got to log the type first. Tuning fork enemy, which is correct. So the tuning fork enemy has a Unity event called hurt confirm event. So does that not, why does that not give us what we want? Let's log all the property names as well. Let's just log all of the property names. Nothing. Okay, that's a problem. I don't know what declared only does. Let's just go for public. Nope. Can I just say nothing? Okay, bunch of stuff. Lots of properties. But we never see the property we want. We never get to this. Let's ask, why does this never return properties of type Unity event. They are fields, not properties. Right. Okay. That's what I want. Yeah, there we go. Hurt confirm event. We got it. Okay. Perfect. Hey, look at that. Amazing. So what this will allow us to do is we will be able to define first try as always first try. We basically say, hey, I've got this class, and this class has an event that I want to subscribe to. And at runtime, this class at runtime, I'm going to subscribe to that event. And when the event gets called, I'm going to set this condition to true. And when the condition gets set to true, this quest flag will get set to true. So conditions, the reason why it's a bit protracted out is that conditions can have multiple operands. I can say, if this event has been fired and this game object is enabled and this item is in the inventory, then the condition becomes true. So I can make these arbitrarily long, and I can do ands and ors and whatever. So that's why it's a little bit, and these can be placed anywhere in the game, not just here. So these little rows, which I call operands, they go into these expressions that become conditions that can go, I use them all the time in all different places. So this is really powerful. It's basically code outside of the code for level logic. That's the point. So now we would just need to subscribe to the event and make sure that it gets called correctly. What we're going to do is go to our condition behavior. And we are going to say on start for each of the expressions, and we need to subscribe to the event in this little spot here. Okay, thank you, GPT. It just does it for us. So if it's a Unity event, now it doesn't know, GPT's not great. So operand.eventListener dot method name. Now this is just a string. We're going to need reflection on this side, I think, to also find the event to subscribe to. And I hate when this happens. I hate when it tries to just add random using statements. And then this thing here, respond to event. But it's not a method, it's a field. Why does it, GPT keeps getting this wrong. Oh, because I've called it method name. Probably should call it field name. Or even event name. Am I from New Zealand? Nope. Correct. Old Zealand. Might want to check both properties and fields, even if you do get set on those things, but perhaps you're not. No, I'm not going to do that. The thing is, I replaced a lot of it, but like the parts that it gave me, the 10% is 10% that I didn't know how to do. Or at least it would have taken me a bunch of bumbling around to try to find out how to do it. But I made a mistake somewhere up here in the event listener where we're behavior field name. I might need to do a recompile here for this to work. Cool. Looks good to me. Hurt confirm event is true. None of this. Okay. We could test this now, I guess. Do we have to unsubscribe from the event at any point? I don't think we do because of how the life cycle of Unity events works in the game. But let's just double check. We're adding listener. There's no like on destroy. I suppose we could. I don't care about that. Let's just go. Null reference behavior. Okay, here's a problem. So this didn't happen. Event listener.behavior. What was the issue? Object reference not set to instance of object. So it's a null reference exception. So what's null? Bro thinks he's making the next Stardew Valley. Actually, I'm explicitly not making the next Stardew Valley. We talked about it yesterday for ages. Should have been here yesterday. All right. So, setting up the field. And then we're we're logging this, and we're logging that too. Null. Who lost? Field lost. Let's see if this... Wait a second. Wait. That doesn't make any sense. How does this work? It is a VOD on Twitch. Yeah. Just don't watch the last hour because I forgot to turn the stream off. So there's like an hour of nothing at the end. Might be. It's like the second time that's ever happened, and it's happened twice in the last month. 6 years of streaming. Never forgot to turn off the stream. No, I'm a bit confused here about right now. We're just getting the type of the event, but I don't think we need to do that because we actually have the mono behavior here. So like, why do we have to do this? Yeah, also, it's not the event listener.getType. It's the event listener.behavior.getType. Idiot. Computer's dumb. I'm smarter than a computer. Hey, first try. See, that's why we're better than Copilot. That's why you need skills. All right, so let's have a look. We talk for a bit. It worked! First try! Wow! AY beats AI. That's good. That could be like a segment on YouTube. Wow. That literally worked. So what we had just set up here was when we hit the tuning fork, set this quest flag to true. And when the quest flag is set to true, this guy starts a new cutscene where we react. He reacts to the fact that we hit the tuning fork. So it literally happened first try. Check it again. We load in here. There's a cutscene. Hi, do you know how to get to the Athenium from here? Sorry, do you know? I'm trying to concentrate. On what? See that formation? Looks like a tuning fork. Indeed, if my years of study are worth anything, it will resonate if I play my flute just so. But what if... Just be quiet and let me focus. Silence, I'm trying to think. And then you go, bong. And then he reacts. Because we hit the thing, because the event listener listened for the event. Can you pet the dog though? Listen. Two v one. Woo. Oh, you didn't see any of that? Damn it. Cool. Well, I am chuffed. Boyoyoing. Okay, thank you very much. I am chuffed with that. That was excellent. How proud of myself. All right. So there was one other thing. I noticed that the radius of this thing for the player detector was a little bit narrower than this sphere of influence that the player has. Like the player can attack without being inside of this rectangle. And so the thing can rattle even though it doesn't show the UI, which means this should be a little bit wider. Maybe a little narrower too. So that you can't attack it without seeing the UI. Let's test that. Oh, you're in the sphere now. Okay, so how far away can I stand? Oh, there's no way. Let's have a look. I can't, I mean... I need to find one that's further away. I gotta do the cutscene. All right, let's just... Yeah. Okay, so... That's good. So it's not... That's the radius. I can't hit it. But if I step any closer, I'll hit it. Cool. Hey, Detective Party. Thank you so much. Thank you. It actually is coming along. The game's today, this area is looking really, really swell. Oh, I actually changed one other thing. Check this out, pals. This is going to seem really bland, but trust me when I say this was really hard to do. Hang on a second. Let me just take care of these guys. Okay. See these boxes? If I hit the bottom box until it breaks, the other box falls and takes its spot. Now I can stack boxes. Do you know how hard it was to do that before? I couldn't. That was really hard. That was not trivial. So what I'm going to do is put this as like 4 boxes, I think. Let's make this box take on a different sprite. Maybe like that. So now you can be like bang, 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 bang. Better physics than Fortnite. Can you stack 200 boxes? What chat wants, chat gets. 200, do you say? To shreds, you say? To do that, I'm going to need to make a hole in the roof. For our 200 boxes. Okay. 1, 2, 4. Count them with me. Tell me when we get to 200. 8. Who knows how to count in base 2? Or powers of 2? 16. How many more copies, chat? 32. 64. 128. We'll do 256, shall we? Let's see how good Unity's physics system is. There. 256 boxes. Are you ready? Oh, God, they can't handle it. All right, anyway. That's not the game lagging. That's the hit stop, I think, stacking. Oh, no, it is lagging a little. This feels like a Street Fighter minigame. Oh, it actually settled. The physics settled at how many is left. Oh, still quite a few. The way they bounce. Exactly 1,000 coins, chat. Exactly 1,000. Those are random, because we also got a bunch of items too. We got trips, chat. Wow, this is a blessed stream. Everyone buy a lottery ticket. The Joker. That's it. All right. So anyway, back to game development. I think maybe one less here, one fewer. It's probably for the best. Now that I'm looking at it, 4 seems, you know, a little gratuitous, for being honest. Sag. Hey. Okay. So this is great. I can't believe how well that went. So will it happen? You know what I didn't try? Or maybe I did try it. Oh, hang on. Why did that go bad? That's not good. Okay, does it play more than once? Nope. What if you talk to him and then hit it? What do you mean talk to him and then hit it? You can't, you have to finish talking to him to hit it. It even waited for us to land. Oh, talk in an accent? I missed one. I must have. A Gandalf. Oh, okay. I think I gotta take the jumper off though. I'm starting to get a bit hot in here. One sec. So, you're asking for Gandalf. Well, if that's what you want, then that's what you'll get. Here stands the video game. And our characters, well, they stand on the precipice.
of figuring out the secret of magic and the harmonies and frequencies of all that lies within. They fight, not for their lives, but for their future. Striking metallic forks all around the region. In search of the melody of life.
All right.
So, what we're doing now is looking for something. We're looking for the rest of the dialogue in this here dialogue tree. So,
Or you want the words?
Bilbo Baggins! Not take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks. I'm not trying to rob you. I'm trying to help you. Do not take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks.
All right. So the first one is we meet Leopold. He's like, hey, don't talk to me. Second line is like, leave me alone.
The third line is him reacting to you hitting the fork. And the fourth line is when we talk to him afterward. So, did we get this working? I believe so. If this is true, then that works there, and we need to... I suppose give a quest flag if we wanted to stop after this. But maybe we'll have this be repeatable. So we can have it allow retriggering and save it. And then, as long as it's in the list, here, the exposition, then we shall be fine. So, let's have a listen. Yes. So, can we talk to him? No. That's not what we want. We want it to continue. When we have our reaction, we don't give a flag. Here, we need to react to first fork as the given flag in the sequence. And then perhaps we'll get what we want. Let us try again.
Bang. And then... there we go. Man, it's a little bit... What do you think about this right now? And it's really hard to do, generally speaking, to have overrides for this by default. Because I don't like the fact that the other character's head is cut off by the text. I feel like Armin's text should be so high that you don't get this. Now, I can fix that, but it requires me to have a bit of... it adds bulk to the situation. Because I got to create a timeline and then I got to put the dialogue in the timeline. It's not amazingly easy. It would be something like this. So it's in the exposition. And this is what you get for trying to streamline it. Like in the past, I had the dialogue always appear at the bottom. Always appear at the bottom. So that way I always just knew, as long as there's clearance, the bottom will always be free for text and the characters will always be shown where they need to be shown. Now that I have the text being able to appear anywhere, I do have a safe zone. Yeah. So the way that it works right now is you've got the rectangle. You got your characters standing here. What the thing tries to do is take the character who's talking and put this above their head within the safe zone. So if the character happens to be off screen, the text cannot break a boundary that's about this big. Like, let me just draw it in red. The safe zone is like this. What that means is that the text can't go outside of that boundary. But in this instance, it's almost like, well, there's nothing wrong with the characters. It's just that one of the characters gets cut off. And then this needs to either go up to satisfy this, or it needs to go out, or it needs to go anywhere. But I kind of don't need to know. The other thing that I've got that I can rest on here, which I think is what I'm going to have to in this case, is I've got what are called pin presets. So there are positions, 9 grid positions, that I can just say, this is a top pin, top middle. Just use that. And then that will place this here for the conversation or whatever until I decide to do something else. I think I might have to do that for this. Otherwise, I got to design it in such a way that he's like lower down or something like that. Could I take multiple characters? Well, right now it sets the position based on a dialogue pin. The dialogue pin is placed above Armin like that. This X denotes where the pin is. So that's where the text box is going to appear based on where it's placed. It doesn't know about the other character. Oh, thanks, Sanctum. So when I look at Leopold, he's going to have his own pin that is for him. That's his pin. So it's always clear of who is speaking's head, but it's not always clear of everybody else in the scene. I could do that. It would just mean that I'm biasing above, because if I have characters, like there's one character in the game so far whose dialogue, 2 characters whose dialogue appears below them because they're up beyond the camera. So when they talk, the dialogue appears under their body. I think I shouldn't add new ways to make exceptions. I think I should just work within the system I've got. So what I'll do is I'll go to, well, let's have a look at it in general. It's for when Armin's talking, right? Yeah, so actually what's hard about this is that's fine. It's when Armin is talking to him here. But we could, if we try to talk to him from back here, he'll walk in place and still do the same thing. So at least it's predictable. That's pretty good. I guess we'll just put this at the top. I guess we'll just do that. I could also zoom out. I could do different things, but let's just add a timeline for it. And then check the timeline on Leopold. Where did I put him? Here. He's got a sequence player, right? And the sequence player, well, I don't even need to do that, right? I just need to go to the timeline where it is. And I need to make it so that the lines of dialogue for Armin are all at the top middle pin location. That's it. Let's see that. Ruh-roh. Didn't like that. That's because I haven't... Yeah, that's tough. So for me to set this up, I have to go back to the sequence player on him. I have to go to the thing, so exposition. And then I have to set up the bindings for this. by first dragging the sequence player in here at the very least, and then picking the sequence. And then should be okay. I kind of want to pass this in here, though I don't need it. And then I don't actually know what happens at this point. If I delete that object, I actually have no idea what happens. Does it save the scene-specific overrides, or does it have no idea? I don't know how this works. I don't actually know how Unity works in this instance. If I take this away, these track bindings go away, right? So this works, but that's because I've set up the bindings. If I put a different, like meet Leopold here. Oh, look. It actually figures out the bindings for the different director timelines simultaneously. So it's an array of timelines with all of the bindings. Okay, well that's not so bad then. Because I was like, what happens if I take the timeline out of here? Because the way that this works is the sequence player grabs the timeline asset from each of these, right? Like I had a timeline asset for each of my cutscenes. So here's the timeline asset for Leopold exposition. And they were all being run through the same playable director. So I was like, what happens if I've got 3 or 4 different timelines? If the binding here is bound to one of those timeline directors, one of those timeline playable assets, what happens when I want to play a different playable asset? But it just creates an array of them. It just does them. It stacks them. So that's fine. And I guess the only thing that's a bit awkward here is that when I'm trying to set those up, I have to manually go into these and populate into here so that I can set up in the timeline the actual bindings, which is it's a little bit awkward. I wish I didn't have to do that. There is a button I could have pressed to do it, but that button doesn't work here. And this is the problem. A lot of exceptions in my game. So yesterday I built a system for creation in scene. If I pushed this button, that would have done everything for me. But creating in scene is for one cutscene only. This doesn't handle all of the different cutscenes that are involved in this character. So to build the character in such a way that I auto add all the bindings for all the cutscenes, kind of also, there's a big assumption there that I'm not going to break something that's already defined in the scene. Like in this case, this character isn't just a generic NPC prefab. He's got a state machine and he does different things. I can't just assume, I can't assume a lot about how he works. So for now, I'm okay. This is fine. It just takes a bit of time to set this stuff up. I'm trying to streamline it. That's the challenge. How do I streamline it without like breaking things or like setting it up to make it too rigid? Anyway, let's keep going. So there were some problems. I already found it. You can swing and then mid-swing interact. So I can do this. Let's try that again. I think that's right. That's what we did before. I was spamming the buttons. So if I... how did I do it before? Somehow I did it. Was it... oh, was it air attack? No. Because you can't interact when you're in the air. So that's fine. I think I rolled. No. It works. It's hard to break it. Maybe you guys can test it later. If that's for QA. All right. Anyway, so that's all really good. The next thing that happens is there's no way right now for you to do anything with these 3 forks. There's 3 forks in the scene. I think I put a 4th one in here. Or did I? Maybe I didn't do that. Or did I put it here? That would be fun. There's 4 dots, isn't there? Or is there only 3 dots? Did I keep it simple? Yeah, see, that's not good. What's happening right now? It looks like we're trying to interact with him. Oh, I see. I think I know what I did. His trigger interacted. Yeah. Okay. So I've got this Meet Leopold sequence. And this is not him. This is the whole area that triggers. And then separately, I've got him. And I think he's got that same cutscene at the top. Yeah, so I got to get rid of that. Maybe just in this case. Because otherwise he's going to try... yeah, he's going to try to talk with a cutscene he doesn't know how to run. Cool. I really can't break it. I don't know how I did it before. Not that I broke it, but I managed to hit this and have him say the previous line of dialogue and then hit it again and then the correct line comes out. So it's only 3 at the moment. Okay. Well, that's not so bad. So we hit all 3 and then what? I had a couple of ideas here. Maybe first idea is, right now, we don't have any way of connecting the tuning forks to the performance. So when you play the cello, that happens over here in this scene. And he's waiting for us there, and it's fine. But we don't want that to do that. Because the player doesn't know to do that, is the point. What happens if I try to talk to him? Yeah, it breaks. This is the other hard thing. Like, should he as an NPC be the same scriptable? Or should I just take that away? I mean, I obviously should take that away, but like, he doesn't have the same bindings. So like, he's in a different scene. But most of these shouldn't have bindings. I guess there's nothing to say to him here. Can I interact? Oh, I should be able to. But there must be nothing he can say right now. Yeah. So let's try going into the different scene. Hey, Gruntled. Okay, Armin. Okay, so we leave here. Can we talk to him and have him say shush? Cool. Okay, well, that's pretty reasonable. Oh. Because the bindings aren't there for this scene, for that exact reason. The dialogue being at the top, that kind of thing, that can't happen here. So this is a game routing question, is do we even let the player go there until they've done the thing with the tuning forks here? And I guess the answer would be we could put a door here and have it open when you play the music and have another cello thing here. Or we could make it that something happens when you hit all three, and that lets you go into the next room. I had the idea of them like reacting with in a magical way, like something responds or something like that. Alternatively, we could just take away all of his cutscenes here. So he just doesn't have to, we never have to worry about that. Oh, there is a timeline here. But that's the sequence there. So actually, there's like literally nothing he can say here. We would need to give him some other sequence that he could say that was just like on loop. It's such a shame that the exposition, I had to add a timeline to that. There could be a button here for like bind to this scene. I think I could do that. Nonetheless, all I have to do is go to the sequence player, put exposition in here, and then plug this in there, make this Armin, make this Leopold. Now it's bound. So it's not that bad. Hey, fruit. Yeah, that's a really tough one. I'll tell you the secret. And there is a secret, but it's quite complicated. It's not an easy trick. So I should be able to talk to him now. I guess not. What about here? Maybe I took it away. Hang on. I did. Okay. And of course I have to go back now and watch this cutscene and do those things. Oh, thank you, Ruined Ruin. Okay, so we go up here, we interact with him for the first time. Very good. Okay. And now we leave, we go over here. We come and we should be able to talk to him now. And the bindings are still there, so Armin's text goes above his head. Great. Perfect. Ta-da! Shade is loading. Hey, Kat Giri Murray. Thank you so much. It is procedural. It's not done by hand. Oops. Hey, Froggy. How's it going? Thank you. I need to put a bit of work into this too. Yay. Now we have all the abilities in this chapter. This is good. This flows well. Oof. Missed him. It's getting there for sure. I mean, I know how to play it, so I know how to make it look good, but whoops. Cool. That's all working exactly as it should. Until that last little bit. So, he shouldn't be here. He's got to disappear at one point. So, we need a game object condition toggle with a condition behavior that says if we have learned arise, then he should only be here if arise is not true on load. So if I, oh, that's not good. Oh, that toggles everything on. All of the child game objects, including these things that were toggled off. But I actually only want to toggle this object. So I could put it in a wrapper, take these two things, put them in a... Put this here, put this there, that goes there, this goes here. Now that's there, and if I go to my engine and make it combat unlocked, now he'll disappear. Good. That's perfect. That should also be for this as well. Cool. So this cutscene is an interesting one that I haven't really done much with yet, but I will need to get to it. First, we need to close the loop on this part. So we hit these things. What it's missing, I think, is a little bit of lore explaining, like, what are these tuning forks? What are we hitting them for? What does it do? And he's the guy we're supposed to be doing this with. So maybe the forks should react when you play the sequence that they are aligned with. So it's almost like a confirmation, like, yep, you did it right. That feels a little bit... Because I was thinking Armin could have like a recital post here. He could play the cello here if we want. It feels like a worthy place to do that. But it's still not going to gate us from continuing. Oh, that's cool, Rundaron. Oh, so there was a question before about timelines. Are you still here? Person who was asking the question? FootRF? FootRF? I can answer it now if you want. I wonder if I should have put the sequence players outside of Leopold, above him. Hey, Ged. Ged, the Wizard of Earthsea. All right, one sec. All right. I might need... might need to enter some comms. Let me do that in a second. Let me do that for a second. You can hear what's happening. Not bad. And of course, you can't see any of what I just witnessed. Okay. All right. I need to take a quick break. And then how many scripts are there? Thousands, maybe? Hundreds at this point? Maybe not thousands. How many scripts are there? Only 1,282. That's a lot of scripts. All right, taking a break. Back in a bit. Fixed. Fixed it. Get him out of here. Get him the heck gone. All right. Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins. All right, so we're gonna think of some logic here. Maybe once you've hit all three. Ah, man, this really sucks. Or maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine for you to like run in here and do whatever you want. Maybe he disappears after you hit this one from the scene. Or maybe Just trying to think about what I want to do. I think narrative tension wise, we kind of want to like move on. And I think the way that I want to do this is I should put one of the tuning forks down at the bottom so that when you hit it, something happens. Or let's have a quick think about it. Let's think. So you come down here, you do that. Alternatively, I could put the last one in this scene. That way, you have to come here to finish the sequence. In which case, I would put it probably here. And now they have to be a 4-note sequence, but that's okay. So that's C on the bottom, C at the end. And then what are the other ones? I don't actually even know. So it's C and then 4 2. C D E C E D C. That's all it is. So then here on the play stage, I need to set it up so that the automator is looking for CEDC. Now, what was this? Oh, my mistake. I don't know what happened here, though. Something like seriously broke. I mean, it doesn't look like it was a huge deal, but... Did the... Hey, Neat Games. Did the sequence player... Oh, this has respond to music, and this has respond to music. He's got two of the same... We've got two different things trying to play the same cutscene. Man, this is just a really bad idea, isn't it? Nice. Okay, cool. So actually this... Good question. This cello play stage should also not exist if at any time he has responded to the sequence. In fact, that's really the thing. But I'm only checking on load at the moment. So this could be, I could put this on triggers. Nice. Oh, there's no elevator here anymore. Cool. Probably should commit some of this stuff at some point. All right. So maybe we might need a little bit of like set dressing here to make it. This is the thing. We don't really have like, it's not very obvious that this is somewhere that you should play music and that something's going to react when you do. So that's my issue with it. I'm happy to put symbols on like 4 symbols here representing C, A, B, C, E, D, C or whatever. So that the player knows something important's here. Just feels like an asset I need to add, but I should just write that down. Why am I even worrying about it? Let's just say what we want to say. So let's draw it. Now, what's crazy about this is that we have 3 different symbols, C, E, C, D, C, and there are 3 different abilities you learn in this place. You learn this, you learn this, and you learn this. So we actually technically for this instance, we could use the ensign symbols as the triggers for the music, as like the stand-in symbols. There are 16. No, there are 12. If I make it so that there are 12 powers in the game, then I can do a full octave. I was thinking 16 or 12, but I can literally go da 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 da. This is not there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What am I doing here? This is like this, and then this is not like that, and then this is like this, and this is like this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 powers, 12 semitones. Each symbol is a power that you get in the game. Is that too much? Is that too much? Well, you could do what you want. You could do that or you could do that. It doesn't matter. Same. I was planning on 12 to 16. We could make them exactly 12. We know this is C. It's possible. I could actually make it that way. We're sort of entering a little bit. Sometimes I wonder, and I mean this in the most honest, real way possible. Sometimes I wonder with this game if I'm getting like a little bit, a word that starts with SCH, SZ. No, SCH, IZO. I feel like there's like too many things that are trying to be symbolic and relating to things. It feels like I'm trying to design some like grand unifying theory, some like, what's his name? Terry. You know what I mean? Like, why don't we just like make a simple action game, Adam? We don't need to redesign physics to be music. Temple OS port when. Yeah, it's we're kind of getting a little far because now we've got musical notes, color theory, the Thai language. And then what else do we put in here? Directions and classical elements. Oh, also physics. A new elemental system. We're getting to the point where it's a bit hard to make these things marry. Oh, also there is also a deity system. So let's just keep going. How would we map? There would be each of the deities. A deity is a color, is an ensign alignment. So like the worker is the green color, and there are 3 ensigns for green. Which notes should they be? Which notes should they be? I guess we could make them chords. If it's 3s, they have to be. They have to be triads. So green has to be like this. It has to be major. You would want green to be major like that. And then we need red. If red starts right after. Well, they'd all be major, I guess, if we did it this way. And then yellow would be the next ones. No, it would be blue next. For reasons I just made up. Which would be... Oh, we should have shifted up a semitone for red then. No, let's just go the next available. Oh, they overlap. So some of them have to be minor. Unless we go C, E, G. That's green. And then we go for red. And then we go blue. And we go that would share F. So blue has to be like this, that. Just just to keep it spicy. But then we're out. So the idea is, if we're going to keep it interesting, green and yellow are supposed to be opposed. And red and blue are supposed to be opposed. So I think two of them, I think yellow and I think blue and yellow probably should be minor. I'm just going to make that up. Wait, no. They oppose each. Oh. No, they're next to each other. Yellow and green oppose each other. So that should be major. There's a better way to write this. Is that how you do it? Capital and lowercase I? And then this should be major and this should be minor. Which makes these major and these minor. Okay. So let's go C major for green. 1, 2, 3. And then this is going to be a minor key. Do. But then to make it a minor, you have to lower the third, right? 1, 2. Da. So then this is minor if we do that. Da. Right? That's E minor. Yeah, we just, you know what happened, Squiggy? We're in full schizo mode at this point. I was saying, with the tuning forks, right? There's 1, 2, 3, and then I added a 4th one over here. And this 4th one, I was like, I need visually in the scene, I need somewhere to indicate where the player should play the cello from like a lore perspective. Like, why do we play the cello here? And I was like, oh, I'll put 4 diamonds here. And then I was like, well, I've got 4 diamonds. And in this level, you learn 3 abilities. And the 4-note sequence that I had here was C, D, E, C. So one of them gets reused, which means we can do the first ability you learn, the second ability you learn, the third ability you learn, and then the first one again as the ensigns to the abilities you learn, matching the 4-note sequence. And then I thought to myself, how many abilities do we learn in the game again? Oh, it's 12? If we have 12 abilities that you learn in the game, we can cover every semitone of a scale of an octave with their own note. And now we're here. See, then how do we do this without crossing? How do we do... I wanted them to be major and minor. Fourths and fifths. I understand this is going to get very complicated. It's not a big deal. I really just wanted to use notes. We were saying earlier in the week, oh, you should, because I was contemplating whether or not to use the normal notation, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And everyone was like, oh, how are you going to localize it? Oh, you should make up your own. And I was like, I've already got my own symbol system, but it doesn't map. So let's not bother. Let's just use A, B, C, D, which we will. But it might be nice to allude to there being a note representation for each of the abilities. F sharp, A sharp, C sharp. F, A, C is major. So this could be this, this. Is that what you're saying? No, C sharp is back here. Sorry, I got you. And then this becomes ba, 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 ba. Not quite. Ba, 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 minor. Ba, 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 ba. Ah, it is. Whoa! Did we do it? It works? You can really stack 4 chords, 2 major and 2 minor in a 12 in an octave like that? Damn. I feel so smart right now. But this is so, it's nonsense. None of this is. Wait, really? Every chord is major and minor depending on whether you consider the root? Is that true? That can't be true. If this is the root, that goes up a semitone. Well, but not like with a minor third or major third, right? I don't know. It can't be. It can't be. Otherwise, we wouldn't have perceptions of how the chords felt. Would we? EGC is E minor. Duh, it is. But then. Oh. No. It can't be. It doesn't work that way. It can't be. If you inverted a chord, it wouldn't suddenly become a minor chord. Because you're using the same notes. It would feel different. What if you play the major chord with a sad face? So, wait, ECG is not minor. E, da, 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 da. ECG. Where? I'm not very, my brain's not really. This is C. This is E. This is G. That's not minor. It's not minor. It's still major. Oh, yeah. We're all agreeing. Everybody's agreeing at the same time. So I just did this thing. The only problem is what this does is it means that for the tutorial of the game, this would need for us to play a yellow note here. So I'd have to swap yellow with red so that the sequence of chapter 1 was this, because I don't want you to play any sharps or flats in chapter 1. It's too complicated. So I just have to swap the red and the yellow. So it's major, major, minor, minor, and then it works. That's perfect. These are such ridiculous constraints, and I'm actually embarrassed that I did this. At the same time, even though I am, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I don't know what this means. I'm thinking so, Squiggy. At least, well, potentially. At least some of them. I haven't decided. So right now we've got like this, and this are what you learn. So we could say that this is, man, this is so mental. So to plot these on the piano roll, not piano roll, the keyboard. Then I would say it's got to be this first. This. And then we can figure it out after that later. So this doesn't change anything. It just means I can put those symbols like this. Da, 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 or whatever. Those aren't the notes. No. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. That's what it is. Da, 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 da. I don't know if I want that to be what it is for this. I mean, we could pick a different note. We could pick this one. So it's like da 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 da. Like I'm going insane. That would be the big 1, 2, 3, 4. C, B, C, G. Can I do that? C, B, C, G. If that was the first chapter's puzzle, where it's like, it would be green. I mean, I have to swap the reds and the blues now. Da, 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 da. And then da is G. And G is in there. Wait. G is green. So we would just need to we would need to now swap the reds and the blues. Which is fine. It just means we go, oh my gosh, it's happening. These become red. These become yellow. Then we can play the insignia theme, because this will be here. Or a better way to put it would be, this would be here. Da 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 da. With green, red, green. Green, red, green, green. Oh my god. This is so dumb. So chapter 1 plays the Athenium Road insignia theme as the puzzle to get into the first dungeon. Okay. All right. This needs to be then 12, 11, 12. 8. No? Did I get it wrong? Ooh, I don't actually know if there's an error with that. Let's go find out why. Yeah, I think you might be right, Squiggy. We're getting any trues? Any truers in chat? But we get nothing. So actually 12 is just wrong. I think it actually needs to be 0. Nope. Nope. Okay, so it's all wrong. But 0 should be really straightforward. 0 should just be 0. Unless this is just not the one that I'm supposed to be listening for. Or if we've already technically played that sequence here. No. Someone's at the front door. One sec, pals. Yo, I'm back. And you know what I'm back with? This one's for the OGs in chat. If you react correctly, you have my respect. Ooh! The 3-pointer from Public Static Void. The half-court shot. We're finally back, baby. All right. What the hell have I done wrong here? Like, literally, what did I do wrong? But it's not even, it should be 8, not 7. But even then, why is, it's not even giving me any positives. So like, there are 3 cello automators in the scene. This one is there, that's okay. This one is nowhere, but it's got a, what the heck? Da, 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 da. Oh, that's the Zelda's Lullaby. We don't need that. I think we need to get rid of that one. Am I crazy? Boop, 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 boop. 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You were right. I'm also not singing the right notes, but you are right. You're correct. It's 7. Yeah, I should have known that too. That's pretty straightforward. Oh, I see. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. Whoops. He can have one, but he needs to, because he needs to be able to play the cello. I mean, in this case, not cello, but music. He needs to be able to play music as well, sometimes too. Okay, so it did it. Oh, you actually were right. Oh, you were all right. Okay. What? Oh, because there is no 12th note in the in this. There are 12 of these, but to play the 12th note means going up an octave. So I need when we hit this thing, no, I don't want to mod it. I literally want to shift up an octave and then mod it. But let's just go back for a second and have a look at it. Musical note is 12. So when I say musical note is 12, it does cello.play. Notes 0 equals musical note. So yeah, this is a bit weird, but basically it sets it up such that it's got a cello that it's trying to play. Well, the way I've set this up is that the virtual cello has 12 strings. So the 12th string is a non-existent index of a playing note. In order to play this note, you have to shift up an octave and play this note. That's how it works. And it's like that to get the polyphony. So that you can play this note and this note and this note at the same time. I think that's how I set it up. Well, I didn't have, when I first set it up, I didn't have a plan in mind for octaves, but then eventually I figured it out, so. Sawadee, thin boys. Sawadee krap. Sawadee my krap. So, what do we want to do here? I guess when I hit cello notes 0 equal, well, that's just wrong. Well, hang on a second. Notes. This is the note that we want to play. And then that's the musical note. So then notes at note index, then play. Ah, there it is, right here. Strings at notes at the note index. So note index is 0, notes in this case is 12, notes dot length is 12, which means we're at the edge of the array. It's going to throw it right here. So we need to tell it basically that you're okay, but you need to be on, you need to be reset. Oh, trigger the sound event. How do you do that? Let me see. I think I understand what you're saying. You already have set it up. Wait, mathematically you set it up correctly? Like it's doing the multiplying of the thing? That's pretty sick. Doesn't it? Because isn't it based on the previous frequency? So when we go here, wait. Are you saying that I should rewrite it? You're not saying it already works that way. Wait, it does? Wait a second. Cello string. It actually does know how to play any pitch. Wait a second. Wait, the guy who fixes the traffic lights is outside your house. You should tell him to turn off the sound. Wow. Universal. Are you coming in clutch right now? One sec. Be right back. Unfortunate. So there's a little story here. Where I live quite near a crossing, and the crossing has a little beeper that goes pop, pop, and then when you push the button, it goes pop, 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 pop when it's your turn to go. And they're all over Australia, but this particular one has been misconfigured to be really, really loud at night. And we've just been dealing with it since we lived here. But like, I definitely should call like the council and ask them to fix it, because it's distractingly loud. Like, we need to sleep with a fan on, otherwise you can't sleep, because you're just constantly hearing this thing. I don't know why nobody else has complained, because the whole neighborhood would probably be able to hear it at night. Anyway. Okay, so hang on a second. This is playing from an audio source? What the heck? Where is a Squiggy? Where did you set? Oh, set parameter name pitch active pitch. This is what you're talking about, right? This looks like it's old code. Wait, it's not even using this? Wait, for real? This is the code that gets called, right? All right. So we could sidestep needing to do this because, yeah, previously this used to play out the music. And then active pitch, though, is literally just the pitch. Okay. So we could literally just make a new instance at this point and just put it on the hittable tuning fork enemy and just pop that here. Could be one shot. Oh yeah, you just call global audio dot whatever. But we need the name of the event reference, right? Wait, but you have to set the pitch, don't you? Maybe we do need an instance. I'll just do it this way. Oh, really? I'm just going to do it this way. I feel like it's already more straightforward. And then I sort of saw the finish line, and I know it was further away than where I was, but I might as well just do it. We're talking about 2 lines of code difference.
Oh, well, that's also an issue. And of course I was off by half a semitone, well, by half a tone, by a semitone, because I didn't set this to 7. Do we add a 5th? Nah. 4 notes is enough. Cool. May I ask how to make UI in Unity pixel perfect, says Ukanu Nomoro. I mean, pixel perfect with what? The rest of the game or just with itself? If it's with the rest of the game, the easiest thing to do is, because UI wants to be in like screen space, for example. And screen space is going to be different. You can either treat it like it's part of the world, where you use world pixels as the pixels, and then you can make it snap perfectly with everything. Or you're going to try to, you know, stretch it to something that fits over the screen, but may not be stretched the same way as the world, unless they're set the exact same way, same pixels per unit, same size. But if someone has like a wider monitor, then screen space is going to be hard. Honestly, this requires a bit more than me just explaining. It's a bit of a YouTube video, that answer. Okay. Have I read any Brandon Sanderson? The Name of the Wind? Is that Brandon Sanderson? Brandon Sanderson? No, that's Patrick Rothfuss. Brandon Sanderson is like, did he finish Wheel of Time? What did he did Mistborn. He's written a lot, right? I have not. I've not read any Brandon Sanderson. I have a friend who has read him and doesn't love his work. He thinks that the world building and the magic is a little bit D&D. I haven't read any of it, so I can't say. But I actually had that criticism of The Name of the Wind. It felt a lot like I was reading a D&D campaign. Which I know is like part of the point, but I don't know if that kind of irks me a little bit. It almost, and again, haven't read it, so I can't really say any of this stuff, but there's something about, it's almost like I'm very cautious of reading fantasy media that is modern, in that it's influenced by things that are happening now and writing styles that are popular now and media and games that are now. So like, you know, J.R.R. Tolkien didn't have D&D. So the basis for the world building and the thinking about the magic systems is not points based. It's not like there's no mechanics in that sense.
soft magic system versus hard magic systems. Whereas like it's a very modern thing to make the magic systems really hard like that. And then beyond that, and I think this is me being biased specifically towards books. Games, I don't mind it. If you're a game, be a game. But like with books, especially fantasy books, and fantasy books that I know that were written in a short period of time, because I know he writes a lot. There is this young adult thing that I'm a little cautious of as well, where it's like, I don't want to be told a story whose extent reach about as far as a movie's does in terms of world building, like a Marvel movie. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to kind of be distracted for a little while and then I'm done with it. I want for that world to stay with me and for me to constantly be kind of like thinking about it and feeling it and whatever. So like a lot of like fantasy that is popular for women right now, like ACOTAR and stuff like that. Again, not that I've really read that stuff either, but I know based on like my wife who has read it, when she's reading it, I'm sort of feeling like it's giving me the impression that it was written in such a hasty kind of way that there's not a lot of density in... She's not talking to me about the world. She's talking to me about characters, things that happen. And I think that's what I didn't like about Rothfuss, about The Name of the Wind, is that it was very like, and then he does this, and then this happens, and then it's like I'm watching. It's like I'm reading a screenplay of a pulp, like a TV series, like a serial thing. But I don't know. Again, I'm so out of the loop. The last fantasy that I read was Earthsea. And I really liked that, actually. I liked the Wizard of Earthsea. I've got the rest of them. I just haven't read them. But that was like last year. It's been ages since I've read anything. And before that, it was much, much longer. My eyesight's gotten so bad these days that I can't read a book without glasses. And it makes me sad. I can hold my phone this close to my face, but I can't hold a book this close. I was reading a long time ago The Lies of Loch Lamore. That seemed okay. I was sort of getting into that a little bit, but it didn't. It was a bit hard for me to stay with it. But I should go back to it. All right, let's keep going here. So, oh, it doesn't work that way. Really? I can't just chuck a horizontal layout group on something and just be done with it? Okay. Would you say that making a game is the best medium for experimenting and refining a world building project? No, absolutely not. World building is much easier in like literally any medium than games. Games are like cripplingly hard. Maybe if it's like just an RPG, don't make it an action game. Oh my god. I am making rocks and shit cause I'm in effing Minecraft. Thank you, Arthur. Welcome. Hey, thanks for the follow. Sick. Oh. Don't like that either. That looks good though. Yeah, that's pretty good. But what is going on here? Oh, it's just loading into the scene. It's got some issues. Thanks, Arthur. Yeah, the problem is that if you're doing world building, games, although they have a lot of potential for depth, if you're exploring or experimenting games, there's such a technical barrier for entry. It's really, really hard. Yeah, you have to make a game that's good, that where people actually are interested into your world. People are interested in the world because you've got enough. I think world building is one of those things that people take an interest in when there is no friction with their entry into the world. The storytelling is good. If it's a game, the controls are good. Everything is like immersive enough for them to forget that they're playing the game and instead take an interest in those little things that make up the world. Like a Studio Ghibli movie, for someone to get invested in the world, those movies have to be animated well, the music has to be pretty good, the story has to be at least decent, and then the backgrounds and the art and design of the architecture stands out because you're sort of in. But if the music was really bad in those movies, or if the animation was too jarring or something, you wouldn't be able to sit and go, wow, look at those backgrounds, because you'd be just there'd be something in the way, So with games, there's so many layers of things that can get in the way. Unless the game is really, really just, chill. Like, that's why people who make, they call them walking simulators, but like visual novel style games with like a first person view, it's easier to do world building because there's so much less in there. There are fewer systems. Do you have any tips for teaching core mechanics without a direct tutorial? You basically have to build a tutorial out of your level 1. You have to gate the player and communicate visually about what it is that's happening. Like, I've got a tutorial here for a system that the player doesn't... I mean, it's not a tutorial, but it's kind of like a block in the story. And I'm sort of using the narrative to drive the tutorial. So Armin's trying to go somewhere. This guy's not giving him answers. He says, I'm trying to concentrate. I point your attention to a thing in the scene. I say, see that formation? Armin says, it looks like a tuning fork. Okay, affordance is the first thing. What do you do with a tuning fork, right? If my years of study are worth anything, it'll resonate if I play my flute just so. Armin says, but what if? So now I'm kind of teaching the player. It's a tutorial. I'm telling them what to do. But I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just hinting at what you should do. You can walk past it, but the thing is, you're not going to go anywhere in the game until you come over here and hit it. And it does enough to react to you walking up to it that, like, you have to do something with this, right? Maybe I should make it shake a little bit as you walk past. Is concentrate with a C or an S? I thought so. I might have been wrong. I've been looking at that note every time. Wow. Wow, really? Straight up. Okay, thank you. I looked at it about 3 times. I think maybe because consent. Maybe that was just in my head. Like, you give consent. Not that the words have any meaning, but it just looked wrong with the C. But yeah, thank you so much for that. Well, it's not just NPCs. It's kind of like the idea that, if you put someone in a room and they can't get out of the room until they know how to do a specific thing, you basically funnel them, right? You put them in a position where they have to, they're in here, and then there's like puzzle piece A, puzzle piece B, and then this requires you to have solve the puzzle to get through. If you do that to somebody, what else can they do? Like, they have to do it. Even if you don't say it's a tutorial, even if you don't tell them what to do, if the thing is straightforward enough, maybe there's a wall in the level, and the wall has like a little, not that you would do that, but you know, it's like, okay, lesson learned. You don't have to stop. You don't have to take control from them to teach them something. I guess that's what I'm really trying to say. Like I tend to, because some of my things are like, well, it depends. Like some of the things I don't. Like in this case, I've got a tutorial here that's just wait, what the heck? Where is it? What? Wait, what? Excuse me? Wait, do I have those on sequence controllers? Wait, really? I take them away if you've already done them? That would be a lot of energy for no reason. There we go. I guess I did. Okay, so like here, it's like I'm just letting you, like you can see the text. It's right there. Because some things like button inputs, I mean, you could probably guess them on your own, but like I'm not like taking the joy of learning away from you by just telling you what to do. I'll tell you what, tutorials should tell you enough that you understand what the puzzle pieces are, but they shouldn't tell you how to solve the puzzle. That's right. Exactly. Like the button inputs are not the answer, unless they literally are, but that's, you know, whatever. Okay. So can I just like take these down a little bit, put them. Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure if I'd put water down here. I wasn't confident that I had. I'd forgotten. Okay. I might do versions of these that aren't colored, just to make it feel a bit more rocky. Just to make it feel a little bit more rocky, eh? Hey, Adrian. Crucible one-offs? No, the Crucible tile set. I feel a little bad about hard coding these, but I want to. Hey, Charo. Wow, how did I know there was going to be a Stardew track next? I felt that, and then it was. Okay, that's good. All the sprite renderers get disabled in the play state. That would be because it's not detecting ground. If they're all disabled, I'm imagining that the mask that you're using to determine what ground is not set up in your game correctly. Try that first. Also, did you set a width, an initial width that it's supposed to be? Yeah, but the shadow needs to know what the mask is to know what to draw ground as. So see this collision layers? That's your mask. These are the layers that need to be set up in your game that are the same layers that your player considers ground. Hey, Stranded. I wrote a synopsis basically for every chapter before starting the game. It has evolved significantly, but none of the major arcs have changed. That should not end until after. Try that again. Damn it. No, he didn't even do it at all then. Then it needs to be like this. Is he on Twitch? He is on Twitch. And then... previously this was an elevator and I used to just be able to force the character to do it. But I guess I'll just deal with it. Also, what the hell, man? This is supposed to be on the triggers layer. Also, he didn't even do it that time. What the hell, Armin? My brother. He didn't even try. Wait, could I have just run around during that? Okay, well that can't happen. I think we do need to wait for timeline to end. But I think what's happening is the door's not going to react until after the timeline ends. This column set. The moving walls condition is for this flag to be set to true. But the flag doesn't get set to true until after we finish the cutscene. So it's like chicken or egg. I can't make... I don't know what to do. How did I do it for... Actually, I did do something like this before. What? Okay, for this, you can't interact with it. But I think that's because I've got an interactable on this. So if I've interacted with this prompt, then how does that mean that Armin interacts with it? It might be the anvil. Oh, okay, hang on. Yeah. So this interaction prompt is an interactable. But then does the wall have a condition where it can say, I want to take Armin's thing away? Lock Armin when moving. Got it. There it is. Perfect. In which case, now looking at the timeline that we were just on, now I kind of don't care that we wait for the timeline to end. But why doesn't he do it? It's literally telling him, hey, bro, do it. Look at that. He just goes into his idle state. It should be like absolutely forcing him to do this. It could be that there's an enemy on screen for a quick second. Because that's considered an enemy. And then this is the worst. This is the worst. I have this thing in my game that I have been failing to do. And I just didn't, you know, it's just like never been something that I had to do. So I just didn't do it. Where for the sake of cutscenes and whatever, all of the animations in the game to do with Armin are really just suggestions. It's like this thing is saying, hey, Armin, play this animation right now. And Armin will do it, but if he's doing something else as well, if there's a condition that's throwing him into some other state, like if he's falling, for example, he won't be locked into this animation because he's falling, right? So he'll start to fall and he'll just ignore all of this. And that basically his state machine is just running. It's just doing what it normally does. So the only way that these animations work is if he's in his idle state. And the idle state is not being entered or exited from. It's just like maintaining the idle state. So the other way to do this would be to actually put him in a state called animation state or whatever. Well, like if he's doing anything else in the game, particularly falling, that's probably the big one, or like landing or whatever. If he's like open to, if he's not open to being, you know, just standing there, then I can't tell him to do something. But I could overwrite that and say, no, just do what I tell you to do exactly every time. It just means that when we do this, we say, hey, Armin, process this frame. The thing is, I was pretty... Why does your Unity not have loading? Because I have play mode options turned on. I have it so that I think I'm trying to insist that it happens every frame. While this is playing, it's trying to force him into that animation every frame. We can actually watch that play out if we go to his scene, to his state tree editor and just check what it's trying to make him do. So right now we are on passive idle, which he was doing cello control, then he was interrupted by combat idle. Then that completed, cancelled by the animator, and I guess now he just happens to be doing his normal idle. What state is he in right now? I think I know what it is. It's just his normal idle. So is there something we can do here that just says like, hey, don't play. Oh, well, there's that. It is a big animation tree. That's no good. But you would expect it to be this, right? You would expect to have to, anytime we enter this state, we would need a separate state called whatever animation. The only thing is then, once we do that, if we create a separate state, this is the problem. If we do that, then when these end, there's nothing to tell him to go back to his normal idle. And right now, these are generic. Any NPC can use these. So I would need special logic specifically for Armin. Or I could have a thing for like character animation specifically. So all NPCs inherit from the same thing called character, including Armin. He inherits from character. So maybe if every actor comes from that, then every actor has a state machine. I don't know. Coming back to this for a second. Not this, this. Every frame this is processing, it's saying, hey, set up the animator. If the application is playing and we're not finished, then every frame, if we haven't started, and or the sheet is not the sheet that we're supposed to be playing, which is what's happening now, then if we're Armin, we end the current state and we play this. Maybe we force that. Because then it'll do its thing. It'll go into, oh, that's not right. Let's fix this. No good. Hey, Wanderer. You are late. Hey, Alexa. Welcome. It's going okay. What's this? Is this force? Oh, what the hell? Force it, brother. What the hell? Force a recompile. Okay, we try again. This time we don't want to collapse these. You've tried it exactly once. Is finished getting called to true? Not finished. Application is playing and not finished. Okay, let's keep going. Wait, it only did that a little bit. Why does this... Oh my god, Adam, what is that? That is not a not equals. So dumb, brother. So dumb. Oof. Hey. The issue is that I wrote here this was written not as this, but as this. Like, if it was like this, no problem. But this means nothing. This is to say, the not of getSheet is the same as animation, which is just going to be false every time. Now I have to go through every cutscene in the game to make sure that this doesn't too aggressively force the thing. Although that's not too bad. That was pretty good. Oh man. And you know what? There's actually a scene here that I've been so insecure about. Let's see if it works. Oh, that's great. I hope it's always like that. I hate that camera. Got to find a way to fix that too. Cool. Oh my gosh. Critical bug, fixes critical bug with you can wishlist insignia. There's 174 people here watching right now. I bet most of you have wishlisted. And in fact, on YouTube, we've also got another 75. So we got 250 people watching. If like 20 people watching per day when I make this announcement, wishlist insignia, that would be 100 a week. And that's pretty good. If everyone, I mean, most of you probably are already wishlisted, but like if you aren't, this helps me immensely. It's super, super, super valuable if you click that button for me, because it tells publishers how excited the community is for the game. So I won't give you any private information, but publicly, we've crossed 4K. Oh, thank you, Gruntled. 4K is not bad for like a month or two, month and a half. It's only been up for a little bit. Okay. I just want to make sure that we don't have like cutscenes that are being completely broken by the fact that certain animations are being forced at certain times. I think it's okay. God, I don't know if you're live right now, Squiggy, I mean online, but I am actually obsessed with the footstep sound when you leave a room. Oh, it's so good. It's perfect. Man, this is looking great. Oh, he didn't say anything. Or did I cancel it that fast that he didn't have to? Oh, okay, no one's saying anything. What happened there? Honestly, I have no idea what just broke. That all looks just fine. What the hell? That's a new bug. We found a new one. That's fine. I don't know. I don't know why that broke the first time. He's facing the wrong way. Where are we at? Where are we at? Cutscene 2. We're looking at Hugo NPC. He's facing the correct orientation. So why is his why is his dialogue pin, which I imagine this is his? That's Armin's. That's Rupert's. Hugo is facing the correct... He's facing right. Why is his text facing left? His sprite's facing right. He's facing right. He doesn't have a nav icon. What the heck is going wrong? Trailer? I can't say, but potentially not far away. I can't promise you anything. I don't know if I'm going to release it. What about in the dialogue? Do I have a facing directions in the dialogue? No, I have pin location. What the hell? Yeah, you can attack coins to pick them up. Now, what's going on with this camera as well? It's a weird camera position. But he was facing the correct way just before that, wasn't he? I didn't draw them backwards, did I? Wait, it did it again. Oh, is it because I'm inspecting it? What the fuck? Oh my god, what is happening? Hey, Dandruff. I've done something really wrong, apparently. If the timeline director starts, I don't understand. In fact, how is it that we're watching this right now like this? Wait, it ended. You know what? I'm just going to compile the code, close the scene, and reopen it. Well, that seemed okay. So weird. So now we're going to figure out, oh, man, that's so bad. What is that even? The camera's way off. So that's correct. He's just facing the wrong way all the time. Why is Hugo facing the wrong way all the time? He doesn't have... Wait a second. Here's the better question. What is the thing pointed at right now? If I flip it, does it care? Well, that's not how flipping works, but... I don't believe that it would... I don't believe that it wouldn't use his... thing. Focus portrait, am I using that? Wait, facing right? There's a dialogue dot facing right? Oh. Well, who knows what that is? That's deprecated. Am I using this? Sure hope not. I've never seen this before. Where things just... the timeline just ends. And I guess hot reload might be the culprit here. What the heck? No. This isn't the way that it does it, I don't think. I don't think there is a diff. I haven't touched this. Target. What is target in this case? A transform. So floating dialogue is targeting something. Let's have a look at what its target is. Is it public? It is. So now we can actually go over here. And check who the target is. A dialogue pin. Wait, there is a dialogue pin, but the dialogue pin is for Armin. Armin's dialogue pin is the target right now. So that's why. It's facing the same direction that Armin is facing. Okay, it's right here. I'm astounded. I'm disgusted. I'm confused that this is possible, personally. So when we set up the portrait, when does set target get called on floating? Only there, but it gets set how often? Dialogue engine calls it here and here. Well, I just did this one. When I set position. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As long as actor is not null and set position. And set position happens based on what? Based on this. And this is set based on what? False in this case. Timeline has custom position. No. So it will set the position. The heck? It will not set the position if there's a custom position. Okay, that's fine. Okay. If actor is not null and set position, target.setTarget actor. So this line here we need to know that that's being called for Hugo. It's not. Okay. Why? Hey, congrats, Super A5000. Why is this false? Why is this false? It must be that, right? That was rude. Wait, it's actually literally on Armin. What the heck? Is that because it's trying to find... Oh, man. I think I might have clocked it. It's looking for the name of the character. And there is no character named Hugo in the scene because he's called Hugo NPC. It's literally... This is the problem. So the problem is that he's based on a cutscene NPC, and cutscene NPC is generic. So the thing is, it doesn't know that Hugo's in this scene. That's the problem right now. There's nothing in the game that lets us know that Hugo's in the scene. I can change the name. It's not a big deal. For now, that will work. But it doesn't feel good. Wait, what? Still bad? He was disabled at the time. Does it find disabled objects? I don't actually know. Doesn't find active game objects. It only finds active game objects in the current scene hierarchy. Hello. That sounds good. I won't be long. Well, this is bad for a couple of reasons now. So this is now find object of type game object where name equals character name would be the right way to do it. And then maybe we even do like substring, but that's hazardous. So it's like, can you piss off? Using link, yeah. Yeah.
I don't have my spicy nudes.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go buy some.
You're gonna buy some.
You have cheese nudes.
You don't want
have,
those.
Like, Japanese nudes. But
Mhm.
I don't have spicy nudes.
You want the spicy ones. Okay, go. And do you want to get like veggies as well? Is that worth?
I don't care.
You don't care?
You can eat cabbage. You can eat coleslaw.
Okay.
Do we have eggs?
We have peas.
You can add peas. I'm gonna do them in 2 different.
Okay.
Can you wash them?
Yep. Yep, I can do that. Can't you find with the player tag? Yeah, but they're not players, so they don't have, they're just characters in the scene. They're just game objects. Hey, Melaneth, thank you so much for the raid. All right, let's see if this works. Yay, we did it. Huzzah. Okay. Jeez Louise. I cannot believe that was bugged like that. See, Melaneth, I cannot believe that the whole game that's been an issue. And I've never caught it. It's never come up. Insane. So, what are we doing now? We're looking for the camera stuff in that sequence was terrible. I don't know what was going on. He's like in the frame, first of all, when he really shouldn't be. And then we switch over to this camera and Armin walks into frame. But this camera, he's standing right there. He should be like here at least. And then coming back to this, like, okay, he's out of this frame, but he's still in the shot. So he shouldn't show up until like after the camera's already made its transition, such that when it zooms in, that he shows up at the earliest on this frame. That's better. There we go. Now, I would like the camera a little bit higher and a little bit off to the right in that shot. This final mark is just in a weird spot. That's better. Much better. Now, the only other thing is, I think Maggie should face right at the end of that. She looks a little nonchalant. Let's get a group. Maggie. Let's get a retro box track. Chuck it in there. True left, false right. But is she already not right? No, she's good. Wait, there's two of them? Well, that's no good. Oh, damn. Wait, she's here. Where's the other one? Oh, that's the sequence player. But that doesn't have a... Yeah, good. Okay, whatever. Let's see if this works. I agree, Sammy. Oh, look, she's turning around. Be nice if she reacted there too. So let's go back to here. Here you go, pup. And then the next thing that should happen. Oh, he is there. Force face direction left. Yeah, that'll work. No, she's like looking at her nails. She's just on a loop when she does that. Damn it. basically there is where that needs to start, which is maybe a little late for Armin to turn around. But we can do this where we don't force him to do anything and then we force him on this frame. Here you go. There we go. I updated the expressions. So when he does this, Armin gets a little bit. You get that expression, way better. Cool. Awesome. Well, I mean, it is kind of like a bit of a pointless squabble. But she probably should stand up and look a little. That would be, I think, a bit better. All right. Last little thing. We just got some new sounds. That's pretty good, actually. I think this one should be the last one. It should be number 4. Because the fact that those two are the same is not very good. So this is musical note, which is 8. And then this was 12 at the 3rd position. There you go. The dog does need an animation. I will give it one. Sleppin'. Oh boy, he's sleppin'. top tuning fork is G sharp. Did I make it? I made it 7 instead of 8. Did I actually do that? I made it 8 instead of 7. 7. Sorry. That's sick. Oh, I shouldn't be able to do that. I hacked it. If you dive across and hit it before you touch the ground, you can trigger the next sequence without having. And you can only do it if you use the power to get to it. Let's just leave it in as a speedrun tactic. That's not bad. No, it's actually kind of fine. You won't actually, no. You can't have that ability at this point. You won't have the speed. It's impossible to have the red ability because you haven't got any abilities because you haven't gotten down to the crucible yet. So it's fine. Roll jump. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think you're going to do it. You're not going to be able to get enough hits in. Unless that gives you a hit confirm on this, it doesn't. So then you're not going to do it. If the Tiki Torches there did a hit confirm event on Armin, he'd get a second swing, then you'd be able to do it. But since they don't give you a hit confirm, it doesn't count. All right, pals, I gotta go. The VFX can be more dramatic? Wow, okay. I thought it was pretty dramatic already, but we could do more. Yo, where are we raiding, boys? Bonsai trees? Looks like they speak English, so let's give them a raid. Thank you. Please wishlist insignia. I appreciate you all. I'll see you all Monday. Yeah? That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.